A very rocky. We are currently competing in a point battle with a ton of Japanese players. I am currently 1-1. And as long as this connection is able to hold out, we will be playing for 4 hours. Let's go ahead and put on the music. And we have found an opponent. Hopefully it is not the same player this time. Number 14. Let's go ahead and write that down. We are number 11. Playing this, and then this, and did we win the coin flip? We did. Okay. We are up first. Drawing both Seahorse Carrier is a little bit awkward, but we can work with it, as we do have an Aqua to help us out next turn. Pass it over. Let's see if we can't fix this stream a little bit. How do I set the... thumbnail. We have been hit by a Torna all 3 games, which is actually kind of funny. This one, I would like to edit the details. Oh, and wait, okay, yeah. We don't have anything. Let's do our turn. What we do have is access to a bunch of Dragias to inflict some damage to our opponent. Let's go ahead and start off by tributing off this Kana. Then we revive it. And I'm pretty sure this is just straight up lethal. We summon out Currybot. Send 1 and 2. Summon Kanan. And Mill. Before finishing up this match. I don't think I know if they are on 7's Axel Road or Maximum. Go here, go here. And let's go ahead and swing in. And then we edit the thumbnail for the stream. Because of the errors, the one that I initially set up is no longer working. Okay. We win this one, we enter the results, and we can move on. Duel. We go here. Alright, we are up against number 7. We have Hammer Crush Deal. So let's go ahead and do it. Get ourselves an extra card. But then we are also going second, which means Rising Light Angel Essel is here to mill some cards. We mill 2, and we get a Dragias. I don't think we can ask for anything better. Let's go ahead and special summon it. Attack mode. for sure. And then we can summon another one. But first, we mill with Duelists in case we get a high-level boss monster. We do not find a Thunder. So instead, Essel is coming in. Let's go ahead, set this one face down, and then Hammer Crush. We'll pop this one. Shield and Sword. Okay. Battle Swing. But they hit the Widespread Ruin. So all we can do is kind of wait and see what we run into. Welcome, Sarah and SG. Looks like we are fighting Harpy. Okay, so we can mill more with our Essel. This is going to give us another chance to find a card to recur with the center duckbill. But we whiff again. Which is a little bit unfortunate. However, Currybot and center duckbill are definitely coming out here. For Barrel Dragon. 1 and 2. Activate the effect and see if we can't destroy Harpy Lady Sisters R. We get some heads, but it can't be destroyed by monster effects. So instead, we are activating Talismanic Seal Array. Retaining Drakias, Seahorse Carriers, and a Essel into the deck. Actually, no, we'll return the Duckbill. That's gonna weaken this thing. Hopefully to the point we are able to get rid of it. Set this and battle. Swing in, but if they have a Music Princess Recital, we're not gonna be able to do it. Fortunately, it looks like they have a bunch of spell cards. So we swing and N. Thank you for the follow, Yugi. And welcome to the stream. Hi, Stan, as well. Blessed pass the first stage of Goha. For sure. We don't yet know... Wait, no, we do know. Did they activate Hysteric Force? Yes. Okay. So we know they are on Hysteric. They've summoned out 2 copies of the Harpy Lady Sisters, and thanks to Hysteric Force, they are going to be able to beat over this. We have recycled a ton of resources. We have 2 Currybot we can draw, and 2 Seahorse Carrier. They also only have 2 monsters in hand, or 2 on the field, which means there is a good chance we can get 2 bosses out this turn. But unfortunately, we whiff almost entirely. Furthermore, Hysteric Force is the type of skill capable of switching our monsters to attack mode, which is incredibly threatening. We could activate Shield and Sword here, but again, we only really have 14, 2100, not a whole ton of damage. Is it worth it? Or do we try to stall out for one more turn? I think, we need to try to clear the board. Shield and Sword into the Seahorse Carrier. Let's bring in a 1400, and hopefully we will be able to survive the turn. Bring back the 1400. Yugi, yes, I have seen most of the, various shows. we get in and clear the monsters. Pass turn, all we have to do is try to survive and find another boss. However, they are just going in with a bunch of monsters. Any pet dragon plus a Harpy Lady Sisters might just be game. Our life points are not ready for this. That's 700, and this is nearly 3,000. So we are going to lose this one. I think we go ahead and queue in for another one. Welcome, Adam. Congrats on reaching the max rush power. Alright, we have found an opponent. And this time, it is a new player, 44. Let's mark that one down. And then see if we win the coin flip. We are up first. Okay. Now we can focus on the game. Interesting opening hand. I think I'm going to summon the Trigger Drago and try to set up stuff for the future. Dragius. Okay. Yeah, so if they don't draw any boss monsters, maybe the 1500 is good enough to defend us. And then we'll have the Barrel Dragon ready for next turn. Oh, actually, I could have set the Barrel Dragon instead of the Trigger Drago, forcing them to have an actual boss. And if they're on Resonance, there are... Oh, well, they aren't. Okay. They are on probably the same deck I am. And they just stole my Dragius. That is incredibly bad. We have lost this game for sure. I probably should have seen that one coming. But it is quite rough. We are half an hour in and still at 0 power. Seahorse Carrier, activate the effect. We get a 1400. Barrel Dragon is going to be our attempt to clear both of these opposing Dragius. Let's see if it works. It does not. Which means things will quickly be going downhill. Welcome, Reaper. You will be here to experience me losing a lot today. We are going to be playing against much stronger opponents. We see a Tribute to the Doomed, plus a Hammer Crush. And that is game. I can go ahead and mark it. So there we are in last place. Hopefully, we can start to turn these things around. We find an opponent. Reaper, we have actually already reached stage 2. I'm currently playing against a bunch of other players who placed well in the first Rush Festival. Alright, number 24, and we lose the coin flip. Need to mark this kind of stuff down. Per the tournament organizer. Alright, so we know they are on an archive skill. I suspect it to be either Harpy or, or Thunder. We draw a card, but we don't actually find any boss monsters. So I think we are just summoning out dudes and trying to swing in while our opponent is bricked. It definitely should not be a Magnum Overlord player. And pass it over. Uh-oh. Shield and Sword leaves us very open. It is indeed a Thunder player. And they know we have a Hammer Crush, so if they're activating this, it might mean they are trying to set something they care about face down. Trigger Drago. And keep in mind, these cards are just attacking me directly due to the effect of Shield and Sword. However, should we draw well, we might be able to turn this around. Show me some boss monsters. That is good enough. Start with Shield and Sword. Then, debuff this. Currybot and a single Dragius is enough to end this game. 1 and 2. Battle, swing, and swing. They are on Lightning Trigger, right? Okay. Lightning Trigger, win. And battle. Oh, how is your Magnum Overlord games going? Or Crimson, how has your Goha Cup been going so far? We are up against number 21. As always, we are number 11. We are second. Okay. And it is time to find out what they are playing. Or they will simply draw 5 settable cards. Interesting. And we have bricked pretty badly. Let's pass it over and see what the opponent does. Okay. They are definitely on some sort of Royal Rebel skill. Probably Hell Tuning Invasion, but we technically do not know yet. Let's see what they pull out. An Essel. But they actually are unable to clear. They don't play down a single boss monster. Which is, of course, absolutely huge for us. Let's Essel. And we want to put some stuff in the graveyard for later. Mill 2. And a Currybot is exactly one of the cards we are looking for. We can summon Seahorse Carrier. Bring in Dragius number 1. And then revive Kana for Dragius number 2. But let's mill here first. Duckbill, not the one we wanted in the graveyard. We want the high level in the graveyard so we can use Duckbill to get them back. Kana, and of course, a second Dragias. This means even if my opponent does happen to have Widespread Ruin, we get in for some solid damage. Battle. Swing number 1. And it looks like they do indeed have Widespread Ruin. They destroy this, and Essel is probably a priority. I think the face down card is Babysitter Goat, the 0 attack, 1400 defense monster. So I would much rather get in for a ton of damage. Right, they bring in another filter. And discard the Babysitter Goat. They probably have a King's Majesty somewhere down right now. But I don't know which one it would be. Hell Tuning Invasion is confirmed, so I will go ahead and mark it in the sheet. And unfortunately, they summon a heavy metal, and it will be swinging in for no less than 5,000 damage this turn. So, what do we do against something like that? I mean, we can activate Shield and Sword, of course, and try to get in for some damage. Normal Summon Kana. Normal Summon Carrier. Carrier's effect. We add another Kana. Then we Barrel Dragon. And we'll try to blow up one of the defense position monsters. We whiff, but that's okay. Let us set a card. And then set 1. Honestly, if they have the King's Majesty, this is probably game. And I can always flip this up and just swing into my monsters. I need to clear the heavy metal. Okay, this is what we're going with. If they don't have the Majesty, this is game. If they do have the Majesty, we at least manage to clear heavy metal. Majesty, as expected. And we pass over. Unfortunately, unable to stop either of these trap cards from getting us. We do have the Hammer Crush deal, but it is not enough. And our Widespread Ruin was indeed milled. So this one's going to be a loss. Glad to hear that your climb has been going well. Oh no. Retry. I think it is going to time us out and make us re-enter. I think Renegade was telling me about this. They said I should just click reboot, whereas this way it's going to count as a loss. So unfortunately we are timing out here. Hopefully it will at least let us re-enter the information. And it does not kick us out of the room. Perfect. Battle against 44. And And once again, that puts us at the bottom of the room. But it is to be expected when we get a disconnect. All right, number 4. And, did we win the coin flip? We did. First. Okay. Another 3 boss hand. That is not looking great for us. All we can do is summon Jargias and hope they don't have anything. Pass turn. Congratulations, Quack, for the max duel power. What deck did you use to climb? Thunder is a great choice. What is also a great choice is them being able to immediately bring back a 3,000 attack point body. Not my finest set of games. A seahorse carrier. Is this live? Fortunately, we are at least able to play a card. We've also seen Widespread Ruin get milled. So maybe, just maybe, our Jargias will be able to clear some monsters. Battle, swing into Essel. Alright, looks like they don't have any traps. Let's go here. And unfortunately, we have to pass again. Alright, they are setting. Is it possible we can turn this game around? If they don't draw any tribute monsters, Jargias is a constant threat. But they are bluffing. They actually have another Ancient Arise Dragon, and this one is even prismatic. Oh, this might actually be a dedicated Ancient Forces deck. I was not expecting that. Another Ancient Arise Dragon. Dragon's Inferno destroys our face down. And Talismanic Seal Array is going to claim this game. We easily go below 1,500. So that is a loss. 1445. And let's go ahead and try this again. You can see a wonderful, and by that I mean terrible, record. We are currently 3 wins and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losses, not counting the disconnect. This time we are up against 32. And we are up first. Okay. Not exactly what we want to see with multiple Essels in hand. We could go for an aggressive milling strategy here, especially if they're on Hell Tuning Invasion. Trying to find a card for the Seahorse Carrier later. Unfortunately, we mill a bunch of very powerful cards. And we whiff the Vanilla Aqua. Quite disappointing. Not drawing into the Widespread Viewer next turn is a game changer. Perhaps I should have just set 3. However, my idea is if I'm fighting a Hell Tuning Invasion player, they were going to flip these up anyway, so I might as well try to get value and set things up. We do at least have a Trigger Drago in the graveyard if we draw into any future Duck Bills. They summon a Currybot, and are presumably going to be bringing in some kind of Royal Rebel deck. Hell Tuning Invasion is confirmed. The way they're playing here is definitely a heavy metal. And they do choose to destroy the Currybot instead of going for the extra damage in order to get 2 monsters off my field. I definitely agree with it. They keep another card in hand, which I think is going to have to be a second heavy metal. Otherwise, they wouldn't have done things the way they did. They do set a card face down. Censor Duckbill. Let's activate your effect. And then send a carrier back into the deck so we can use it later. Grab Trigger Drago. And then level 2, level 7. 7 minus 4 is 3. Okay. We're gonna bring in the Currybot. Summon out Trigger Drago. Mill and set this. Of course, Hammer Crush is the mill. Would have, of course, quite appreciated having it for this Widespread Ruin. And, I'm pretty sure this is gonna be game. Another match lost. However, we are only a 1/4 of the way into the event. We can absolutely make a comeback. Better to lose when we already are at 0 points. So my plan here was by putting the Grace Princess, it would minimize damage from a future heavy metal. Unfortunately, they have the invasion and win the game. We go ahead and mark this. And we have fallen to 26th place. A couple of other players are apparently also at 0. We go against number 24. A Roman. Have we fought them previously? Yes. They are on Lightning Trigger. So we can use that knowledge to our advantage by keeping a card in hand should we win the coin flip. And we are going first. Okay. Our move, and naturally, we are going to end up with exactly 1 card in hand anyway. This works for me. Set a bunch of cards and pass. And Since we didn't tribute summon, there's no punish from an Essel this time. However, they once again have the spell trap removal to get rid of my Seal Array. Piercing Samurai coming in for no damage, actually. Whatever the final card is one that they're not willing to commit to the board. Probably a high-level monster, and they would rather get rid of 2 cards here. Okay, we are definitely using our skill. Hammer Crush, deal. There's a chance we draw into an advantage generator, but we do not. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity provides some additional damage. So I think we do go for it. Let's flip this up. And activate effect. Weaken you. Duckbill, for sure. As it is the weakest link. Activate Dragius' effect. And then we can play around Widespread Ruin a little bit, by using the Hammer Crush. Is that worth it? Or do I risk going for game? I'd rather play it safe. We have plenty of life points, and we're going to bring them very low with this. It was indeed Widespread Ruin, so we are rewarded for the play. Let's have Dragius wipe out both of their monsters. And then get in for another 2,600. We are vulnerable to a big piercing play. But as long as we don't die outright, I think we're in a good spot. They summon out Duckbill, but there shouldn't be any high levels in the graveyard. However, Essel is their chance. They whiff. And here comes the Destroyer, able to revive a monster. That might have been the card they left in hand last turn. As naturally, no, they would have been able to use it. So I think they are just a little bit bricked. They only have 800 life points, a lone boss monster. Can win me the game. And there is another Dragius. Going in for 1,000 damage. Battle and finish it. I can mark them as lightning trigger, and we win. And then we queue again. Bum 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 bum. Number 32. Utopia. Okay, so this is the Heltening Invasion player we just lost to. We'll see how it goes. We are up first. But that's not very good against an opponent who is able to flip all of our monsters face up. However, it is pretty good when we don't draw any high-level monsters and to get some advantage next turn. Let's go ahead and set these cards. They are still on Roa, so I am expecting more Hell-Tuning Invasion. Talismanic Seal Array sent to the graveyard, and replacing their card. They set a monster and now have 2 ready to tribute off, presumably for an invasion, is the card they want to summon here. But it is a heavy metal. Interesting. And will their final card be a high level, a monster, or a spell trap? It is a spell trap. Fortunately, we already have a Hammer Crush to deal with it. As long as we can draw other cards to get us the rest of the way. Alright, this is looking not so bad. 7 Zone Mage. Activate effect, and debuff. Then, 7 Zone Mage. Activate effect, and debuff. Tribute them both off for Light Thunder, Cavalry, Trigger Drago. Then, in order to play around another heavy metal, absorbing this and swinging into this guy, I think we need to set this. So we go here, and then we hammer crush that face down. And it is a King's Majesty. I don't think it was currently live, but it might come in to help us later. We deal a fair amount of damage and pass turn. So the reason I went like this is that heavy metal on a future turn, this gets reduced to 3. And it would be at 5,000 and deal 3,600 damage to my Kanon. So I give up 1,400 damage this turn to not immediately lose to another heavy metal coming into play. They are setting monsters, but this could just be before they want to use their skill. And that's just the Star Knight, and it actually looks like they don't have it this time, which is great news. They keep a card in hand, of course, turning off the Trigger Drago. And these draws are not looking great. We have a Censor Duckbill, but nothing in the graveyard. And if we summon the Essel in order to take advantage, oh, and we mill a Barrel Dragon. So we could mill Essel to try to find another Thunder Boss monster, but then we can't summon the Duckbill, which is quite unfortunate. I think we have to just set a Duckbill here and try to get in for some damage. They do the Widespread Ruin. Or maybe not. At the bare minimum, they didn't choose to activate it. A double boss board is quite possible, though, as we did not clear. And if they bring in 2 copies of Invasion, or even Invasion and Shadowbuyer, that is 500. Enough to end the game. So expect this to be, not going great. All they need is a lone Shadowbuyer. But they summon a Feral Imp. Another boss monster also does it. So heavy metal is another game ender. Well over 4,000 damage. An unfortunate hand. But if we are consistently losing, perhaps it's not unfortunate and it is just the deck not being up to snuff. Perhaps I could include another boss monster. But I'm not sure what I would take out or what I would put in. It is tough to say. And we are fighting 18. We are second against either Harpies or Thunder, presumably. We have Essel, which is going to be helpful as we, once again, this time have too many bosses. And getting another body onto the board is very important. Let's special summon a monster. This time it will be Kanon the Sword Diva. Light Sorcerer of Sanctity, followed by Dragias. 3 face-down cards means there is a very high chance of a Widespread Ruin. But there's not really anything we can do about it. We could choose to keep this card in hand to play around a potential Ghost Cyclone. But I'm not going to bother with that. They are indeed on Lightning. And if they are on Lightning, that means they aren't running Ghost Cyclone. They're running their own Spell and Trap variant. Almost certainly. Congratulations, Insert Soul, for clearing stage 1. Don't know how I missed it for so long. But there it is. Okay. And as predicted, they did indeed have the Spell Trap removal. And that's a pretty full field. Lightning Trigger is going to be able to switch this Kanon into defense mode. But they don't need to, as it's more damage the other way. Our move, what do we draw? A curry bot. That is not bad, as I'm pretty sure we do indeed have one in the graveyard. Let's go ahead and add it. Then, curry bot can be summoned, followed by a Trigger Drago. Number 1. Mill and buff. We lose Wise Bed Ruin, but it is what it is. Samsung Mage, number 2. Mill and buff. Essel onto the field. And tribute once again for Trigger Drago. 1300 times 2 would be, theoretically, lethal damage. Let's see if it works. We swing into Faithbird, and it looks like they don't have anything. Which means this is game. I can mark it as a win against Lightning Trigger. It looks like we have a pretty good matchup against this deck specifically. We are 3-0. If I'm reading our sheet correctly. And now we are fighting at number 39, which I feel like I've said before, because I remember Utopia, but I don't see it in my list. Perhaps I forgot about it. And we are up first. Here we go. Plenty of cards to set face down. This time, I'm not playing into any opposing Essels, even though it's fairly unlikely. Let's pass it over and see if we can't confirm their skill. They are using a Drago Season mat, but we would expect maximum Overlord. Alright, here comes the Sevens Road Magician. Plus an extra piece of L. Their final card in hand is almost certainly a copy of this. And they managed to sequence the attacks correctly to clear my board. Hopefully we can find a curry bot. Absolutely awful. We were in such a strong position. If only we could have drawn more low levels. And that is how Yu-Gi-Oh! Works. Some games, you don't find any of the high levels, and other games, you are finding all of them. I think we might need to take out some of these Talismanic Seal Arrays. None of my opponents are maximum summoning. And getting all of this, all of these awkward hands where you just don't have enough low-level monsters is pretty frustrating. I think if we lose another one in a row, I'm gonna go edit my deck a little bit. Next up is number 40. And we are going second. Okay. Interesting cards, but not a ton to do with them. I think we just go here, here, here. Dragius, mill a card, set a card, And we'll take out 2 of these face down monsters. Pass it over. Let's see what number 40 has in store for us. It is entirely possible they don't have any high-level monsters, but also entirely possible they have both of their high-level monsters and are simply choosing what to go with. They flip up a Cobalt, and are digging for something, but they're willing to get rid of another copy of their dealer, so they aren't trying to dig that much, apparently. Setting a monster so they can Hell Tuning Invasion. Could be a heavy metal or an invasion. Either one clears the field and deals a few thousand damage. But the question is, do they have a Shadow Buyer to get in for that additional damage? It is heavy metal. Swinging in for just 300. Thanks to the help of my Curry bot. So, not a terrible start. We draw. A terrible start. I mean, I think we need to unbrick. So, Hammer Crush. Discard and destroy. Majesty, it was live. Then, we shield and sword and try to just get in there for the 1400. And unfortunately, it is the absolute most we can do. And again, the Talismanic Seal Array kind of ruining our hand. 1400 and pass. Cyclone, fortunately, at least not drawing them a card. And with only 5 cards, they shouldn't be able to deal more than 3,900 this round. Oh wait, no, they could. With a Shadow Buyer. Interesting. But they discard 1. So what are they looking for? Okay, there's the other... Oh wait, no, Shadow Buyer, I only have 1 monster. So it only goes up to level 6. We see a Fire Breath. Interesting. I do know a lot of players are running both Fire Breath and Cyclone on the ladder. But I thought it was more of a, we didn't own enough of one or the other. Invasion coming in for 2,300 and a new set card. We still haven't seen a Widespread Ruin. And again, a little bit awkward here. I mean, if it is Widespread Ruin, I guess I'd rather try to use the Barrel Dragon. Well, no, Barrel Dragon is actually able to beat Heavy Metal, on its own. But if it's not Widespread Ruin, and we whiff, okay. And they have it. I need to edit my deck for sure here. So I will be doing that temporarily, and then we are going to be right back. I also need to go get myself some water. So we will be taking a short break. Wait, how do I... Okay. I will be right back. And we are back. Let's see if changing out my deck a little bit is good enough. As we search for our opponent, I'll go ahead and start entering stuff into the list. And an interesting opening hand. I think we just go like this. Save ourselves a solid monster and our boss. We were up first, and they are, of course, on maximum Overlord. And they actually keep our own 1400, leaving us with the chance for an incredible push here. How do I feel about the self-milling fairy? It definitely could be better. That is for sure. Do I just go in? 1, 2, 3 low levels is kind of rough. But how much is Dragius dealing? 2,500. Well, basically, okay. We'd be summoning Dragius plus one other monster. So it wouldn't be lethal. So I think we set the shield and sword for later. Throw this down. Summon this. So the point of the milling fairy, is supposed to be to kind of high roll your opponent and find a boss monster, but we are essentially never doing that. Battle. We deal a bunch of damage, and as long as they don't find the maximum monster, maybe this is good enough. They also might be running Ghost Cyclones, but I'm okay with getting hit by one. I'm pretty sure. Oh, and they are on Cat for the Royal Level matchup. Very funny. We see Overload coming in. But this does mean they probably aren't going to maximum summon this turn. However, if that is a 7-zone Magician, or even a Ancillor, Dragius is going away. We will have to wait and see what they do. I'm pretty sure they have one maximum piece in hand as well. If they're only debuffing this, oh, it's because they are going to a Torna. Discarding a Cat makes sense. Definitely don't really need that. And they leave what I think is a maximum piece in hand. Our move. And this is what I mean. Our hands are just not that consistent right now. Do I do it? I think so. Because this is a Magnum Overlord deck, there's really no point in not taking the debuff when we can get it. So here we go. Again. We have to destroy this card first, but then we are able to get in against Torna. Let's see if they find the maximum monster. 1,300 is definitely low enough where the game ends. Alright, we get another turn. Probably. They are setting a monster, but of course, plenty of cards that will out this. The question is whether or not they are able to put out the 4,700 damage, or if we are getting another chance. Because if they don't kill me, but they do summon the level monsters, they would be in some danger. Okay, they do, of course, choose to just leave the 7-node Magician there. And they set 2 face downs. That is a little bit threatening. However, if they don't have a trap, this would be an exact lethal push. So I think we do have to go for it. Or I suppose we would actually go into the Cat. Since that would be 0 defense right now. And it has piercing. We actually managed to get a win. I will mark it and move on to the next game. Duel. Okay, we are up first. Definitely want to try to set up our graveyard for later. So we will go here, here, and here. Pass it over. Right, this is number 27. Gotta set up the thing here. They're definitely on Hell Tuning Invasion. And we went first. Okay. Our move. Can Essel find us a Thunder Boss monster? For some reason, I highly doubt it. And all of our monsters get flipped up anyway. So we might as well try, though. We mill a Dragias instead of the card we wanted. Very frustrating. Pass turn. Babysitter Goat coming in. And we see their face down will be revealed as a Feral Imp. Good thing I didn't attack into it. We would have taken 400 extra damage. Not that it matters. A second invasion ends the game. We are hanging on to a few points by a thread, but it has been an hour and a half, and we aren't making very much progress at all. We queue into the same player another time. Maybe we will be able to get our revenge. We are up first again. I can mill to try to set up for later. Maybe we can actually get a boss monster or a thunder in the graveyard this time. We cannot, but we did get rid of 2 more low levels, which I would have been very upset to see. So that's good. End turn. Alright, they get rid of a heavy metal. Which means they probably have a ton of high-level monsters in hand. Invasion is coming in. And is the final card another high level? No, it's a low. But they do want to set it to protect their life points. Which makes sense. Okay. This is a solid start. I could probably use the extra card. So we will Hammer Crush deal. And there is our next high-level monster. Which means the Hammer Crush deal does not help us. As it is going to be stuck in our hand. Now the question is whether or not we would choose to activate the Shield and Sword here. I don't think it matters. Let's just set it. Well, it would let me keep Dragias around. But I don't really have a reason to do that. So, this play will lose to another heavy metal coming out. But if it's only an invasion, we might have a chance. Battle phase and swing. Expect this to be a 1400. Oh, but no, it was only a curry bot. So we missed out on some damage. And they get a Ghost Cyclone. Fortunately, they aren't drawing any extra cards with it. Howling Invasion. Discarding Widespread Ruin. I think they might have game. Which is, of course, unfortunate. But it's Invasion. We actually do survive. If that is the case. We will take a ton of damage. But we're not out. However, I think we would need to get lethal this turn in order to be safe at all. We lost our shield and sword. Mage is 400. Duel. I mean, we could mill the other one. But we don't even have a Currybot set up. Which means it's not going to matter. Debuff this thing. Summon you. Mill. So an invasion ends the game. A heavy metal ends the game just by running into these things. And there's the Trigger Drago that we don't need anymore. Let's just battle. And see what we can do. I think I probably shouldn't have activated Hammer Crush Deal. But no, I did want to have extra monsters on board. So it's just, unfortunately, that we drew into a boss there. They set 2. Maybe they don't have anything. Alright, they end after setting 3. Show me some Dragiuses, and of course we do not. Alright, they have found a boss monster. Or not. They reveal their monsters and pass. I mean, I guess we can start swinging in for no particular reason. But any boss monster ends the game at any time. This is a quite dragged out losing battle. And there is finally the invasion to end things. I think they've been holding onto that fire breath for several turns. And that is going to put us back to square one. wonder if there is a different deck I should try switching to. Number 21. At least it's a different player this time. On the plus side, I was considering bringing this deck into stage 2, and now I am not. So, this event is doing its job and helping me choose what not to play. Set our hand and pass it over. Let's see what 21 has in store for us. Of course, it is probably going to be another Hell Tuning Invasion. Heavy Metal boosting up, and they set a card face down. We keep the Stormbill, or the Duckbill. And there are all of the boss monsters. I suppose this isn't so bad. Essel can mill some cards for us, but we already have a Curry Bot in the graveyard. So I guess the main thing we are looking for would be not one of those. For sure. Another Duckbill. And then Trigger Drago is coming in, as it's the one able to boost up and clear this Heavy Metal. Activate effect, and there goes the final Duckbill. Let's destroy this. And battle. Getting rid of Monster Reincarnation is actually pretty good, as another Heavy Metal is quite threatening to life points. I'm pretty sure it would be exactly game if they draw into another Heavy Metal this turn. Perhaps I should have kept a Duckbill on field, as Duckbill would only have 800. No, but this gets reduced to level 3, so it would not have mattered. Basically, we are just hoping that they have an invasion this turn, rather than a Heavy Metal. Shadow Buyer plus invasion is still quite a lot of damage, though. But no, it is Heavy Metal. That is super game. We cannot catch a break tonight. I will send them the info. And queue up. Let's see who we are up against next. 29. The interesting thing is that we are going first a ton, but it doesn't seem to be helping. Kraybot coming in, almost definitely. Hell Tuning Invasion is coming out next. And it is. That'll blow up the field and get in for 2,300. Is the final card something playable? It is back row. So we are going to Widespread Ruin. Save us some damage. And to leave an open field for us to swing into. But apparently not a very strong field, as all we're doing is getting in with a lone monster. once again, yikes. The thing is, we need to keep one of these things around, so heavy metal can't absorb this. It goes down to level 3, which means the mage needs to be tributed. So all we can do is summon Dragius here. And everything's set up in the graveyard. So I'm going to battle. They have the widespread. I didn't use this since widespread's not super threatening in this situation. And I have a chance to get rid of the, King's Majesty later. But unfortunately, it does not work out for me. Welcome, Blitz Force. I am doing well on a personal level, but I am definitely getting absolutely rolled in this tournament. It's currently going on for another 2.5 hours. Okay, so we got hit by another heavy metal. And there are a bunch of high-level monsters added to my hand. We're not going in for game or anything. So I think the Trigger Drago is the better play, as it would allow us to bait a set 3 if they don't draw a boss monster. So we are going to go in like this. Thank you, Blitz Force. How have you been doing? Alright, they are using the Kobold. As long as they don't land the 3rd heavy metal this turn, I do live. But if they do bring it out, that is game. Okay, this time it is invasion. We survive. I mean, we are very low, and they are setting a new card, which could be the King's Majesty. But this is progress. It's very, very slight progress. We are going to try to play around King's Majesty by summoning Barrel Dragon here. That way, we can potentially clear the monster, even if they negate the attack. We are not so lucky. And they have the Majesty. Setting some cards. They have it. Here comes one more boss monster to end the game. Royal Rebel Invasion. This has been a very long string of games in which we draw into 3 level 7 monsters. But my ratios are not that crazy. I'm not running like 10 high levels. You would think with the Hammer Crush, I would be able to do more filtering. I mean, maybe that game was my fault. I did get hit by a widespread villain, even when I had Hammer Crush. Have I ever gotten Barrel Dragon's effect? I've gotten it like 2 out of the 15 times I have used it. So it is time for another match against Rebels, which I am just losing to over and over and over today. We are simply going to hope they have no high-level monsters in their hand. That is our current win condition. If they drop a turn 1 heavy metal, it is beyond over. Let's mill a card, see if we can find an Aqua. Instead, it's a Dragius. Not great, but also better than drawing too many tribute monsters on the next turn. And they have an Essel for Dragius. I am seething with rage. Hi. Another Roa. This time, number 22, which I think is a new encounter. We're going to go like this. We aren't milling for them to Essel us again. And we pass turn. They are milling with dealer to edit out their hand. Welcome, Shadowmew. We are currently on a 5-game lose streak, which is somewhat to be expected. Our opponents are very good players. They spent a long time thinking about it. Maybe they don't have a very good hand. Oh, they are actually on Aquas. Very interesting. Heavy metal is coming in. But fortunately, it is only able to absorb a Curry bot. And we do have a countermeasure in hand. All we need to do is actually find a high-level monster, and maybe it'll be okay. Does this work? Maybe. I need to see another low level with this draw. And that is a fantastic one. Okay. Let's get the music going. And then we will activate Shield and Sword. Okay, if we disconnect in this game, after we finally get a good thing going, I will be so beyond disappointed. Mill a card. And it's Dragius being sent away. Retrieve the 1400. summon Duckbill. Then Barrel Dragon comes in. And we will try to use the effect to destroy their defense position monster. But even if we fail, we do have Piercing. And of course, Barrel Dragon fails us again. Let's just get in there. Hopefully it's a low defense monster. And we can just kind of run through things. And it is. And that means the game is over. As long as we don't disconnect before these attacks get in. Sorry, Yugi. The timer on the VHS has run out, and you lose the game. The funny thing about being in such a low ranking position is that if we can just get a 2 or 3 game win streak, our ranking catapults upwards. So let's see if we can do it. Number 21. I'm pretty sure we fought them before, and they were indeed on Roa. So we'll mark Hell Tuning Invasion one more time. We are second. We've gone first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in a row. And we have drawn Essel. This could be our chance to turn things around. With 2 Jageus in our hand, though, the amount of cards we can high roll off of Essel are fairly low. But Barrel Dragon is one of them. Wow. Let's bring it in. Activate the effect. Of course, trying to destroy a card for free is always welcome. And as usual, it does not feel like it. So we miss out on a potential 2,600 damage. On the plus side, Barrel Dragon is going to absorb the widespread ruin they inevitably have set. Do I play into the Ghost Cyclone, or do I keep this for later? I think I'm going to hold on to it, because as long as I'm able to draw into low-level monsters, it is an incredibly powerful card, but it is widespread ruin. So that kind of sucks. And we pass. We've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of our boss monsters already. Most of our deck is just low-level monsters remaining. But they pass turn here. And we get just enough resources to set up the second Drageus. And now they are going to have enough cards in the graveyard. That I'm comfortable setting my spells and traps. I don't need to pay the 300. The little bit of extra damage probably shouldn't come up. Let's activate the effect. This one has already done it, so we can go ahead and set our cards now. Battle. Destroy this. Destroy this, and we'll get in for 2,500. But if they do manage to out the board, we are in some amount of trouble, as a ton of our boss monsters are in the graveyard. Alrighty. Monster Reincarnation. I thought they might be setting up a Currybot play, but instead, it is a Cobalt. They need to find a monster this turn, so they are digging as deep as they can. Smart Monster Reincarnation. Okay. I can just set a monster here. Have we seen their widespread? We have. Oh, but it could be a King's Majesty. So I think I actually do need to, summon a monster in attack mode. Okay. And then enter battle. We are expecting King's Majesty, but it isn't, which is very surprising. Which means the Dragius army claims another victim. Welcome, King Potato. We were on an incredible loss streak, but we might just be getting ready to turn it around. We've won 2 games in a row. But don't be fooled, I have lost many, many more. And our connection has gotten a little bad. Which is not what we want to be seeing. Fortunately, it managed to hang out at least long enough to play in the match. Would like to see the stream health info recover before I queue in. But I don't think it's going to be happening. So hopefully it is just able to maintain. Rather than disconnecting. But, this attempt to queue into a duel is very concerning. Number 34, and the first Gakuto of the evening. We are up first. Nothing super interesting about this opening hand. I think we'll go like this. And if we're lucky, maybe we'll just be able to keep a card against Thunders, like a Blast Jaws or something swings into our 1400. I think that's the main thing we are hoping for here. Alright, Piercing Samurai. Not exactly what we want to see, but they are almost certainly running Lightning Trigger. Though Winged Dragon is a bit of an odd choice. Time to battle. There is no boss monster. If we draw Spell Trap removal, we are going to be in a great spot. As long as we don't disconnect. And there is exactly what I was looking for. Hammer Crush. Activate our skill. I hope it is able to keep this up. We don't need this. So we can summon out Dragius. Well, yes. Okay. 1, 2. Come on. You can do it, game. I believe in you. Okay. We'll summon you. And then do we Hammer Crush or do we just disrespect the face down? I think we just go in. And assume it's not widespread ruin. We are leaving ourselves a little bit vulnerable to piercing damage on the next turn. But the payoff is very high. As long as all of these attacks actually connect. Let's battle. And see what happens. We swing. And it goes right through. Things might be looking up. Welcome, Takumi. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, or evening. And there it is. The double Dragius pushes in for a quick win. And that is win number 3. Stan says buffering. That appears to be my life right now. I mean, it says I'm connected with decent bars. My bitrate seems good, even though it's yelling at me and says it's red. I guess I try rebooting. Is what I've been told by Renegade. Hopefully it doesn't kick me out of the room. Because that would be no good. I don't need to read those right now. What we need to do is get back into the duel room. I do not care about Luke right now. We are on Roa. Okay, let's try this again. Try harding speed duels with Galaxy Eyes. I hear they are pretty good. Another error when I try to queue in. Hopefully the next one functions. And now we're going to have to go through all of these things again. I don't care about Luke being in the duel world. Please return to the duel room. Okay. Duel. And I think it might be working finally. And it looks like our connection is back in the green. It is pretty early in the morning for Stan. What time do you normally go to bed? We are up second against number 15. And it's our first nail. But they are on an archive skill. And it is Harpies. Wait, maybe not. Sensor Duckbill and Faithbird is a very confusing start of the game. They throw down a Trigger Drago, so I suppose it is indeed Thunders. However, we have drawn Essel, and a second one as well. This is pretty strong. As long as we don't special summon anything, Essel can continue milling to look for a better card. So let's debuff you. And then mill 2. And then we don't actually need to special summon anything yet. So we say no. Summon Barrel Dragon. And then we Essel a second time. And now we will special summon a monster. We tried our best to mill as many cards as possible, and it pays off with a last-minute Dragius. We will activate the effect, and then, just to be safe, technically it is 400 more damage if we do swing in with Dragius, but I'd rather destroy it in case there are any wacky trap cards. And we sequence this well enough to get a game win. He says maybe it's some kind of maintenance time. Entirely possible. I know they had a maintenance yesterday. It's probably just my internet connection. But, I'm glad it wasn't anything too crazy. Right, they are up first. And this time we don't get any crazy high rolls with Essel, it seems. They are setting a couple monsters. Have we fought number 2 before? I don't think so. We are, probably going to Hammer Crush Deal here, just to get a new card in our hand. Our current ones are fine, but I would like to see probably just another low level. Preferably something a little bit better than that. This is fine. I will just try to deal some damage. There is a chance they are on Thunder, so keeping a card in hand would be a wise play. However, I'm stupid. And there's also a chance they are playing Harpies. We mill probably the one card we want to see the least. But we are going in. Let's see what they are running. Looks like it is Harpies. They have way too many high defense monsters. We need to swing in with Dragius and get in for the damage we can. It looks like the Light Sorcerer Sanctity would have been able to clear the Faith Bird, so we missed out on 1300 damage. But it was a much safer play. So I will take what we have. They also know we have a Hammer Crush face down, and they use a Ghost Cyclone to immediately destroy it and get another card. It was only a Hammer Crush on our end, though. So, as long as they don't set a bunch of trap cards, it's okay. We see a Harpy Lady Sisters, and that's going to be able to clear the Dragius. Then Cybertech Alligator. Oh, and they do have a back row. That is a little bit threatening. As it means that they might have something they want to protect and aren't just using the Cyclone for the card draw. They are choosing between dealing a little bit of extra damage or clearing my much more relevant monster. And they make the right call. Our move. Shield and Sword is a fantastic draw here. If we don't get hit by a Widespread Ruin, this could very easily end the game. Let's go ahead and summon Dragius. Unfortunately, if we do get hit by a Widespread Ruin, our board is going to look kind of terrible. Losing the Dragius, and then not having anything to... Oh, and they concede. They were on Hysteric Force. Okay. Shadow says, forgot it was the weekend. Wait, is it the weekend? I forgot. So we have both forgotten. Alright, and I've climbed into 13th place. Maybe we can keep things up. That was a 5-game win streak. Number 35. Do we know anything about them? We have no data, but we are going second. Maybe we will get lucky and draw some Essel. Hammer Crush deal. Okay. We do have Essel. And they are making some kind of play. It's best deck Thunder. Don't know where you're seeing any of those. Let's start with our skill. Draw ourselves a nice little new card. Then they have an invasion in the graveyard, which means Essel is able to steal it, even if we mill nothing useful. So let's go for that. And of course, we would love to special summon a monster. Let's go ahead and take their boss. We can theoretically go for the Hammer Crush here. And given our kind of awkward hand, I think that makes a ton of sense. Okay. Activate the effect. We will ditch the Duckbill, as we don't have any of the Thunderboss in the graveyard. And the other ones are useful on future turns. We pop a Widespread Ruin. Fantastic. Enter battle. Swing in and get the damage we can. It's entirely possible we are going to be taking a little bit of a crackback from a Feral Imp here. But trying to clear the board is worth it. And it turns out to be a Shadow Buyer. Absolutely. Not a card we wanted to stick around. Unfortunately, since our monsters are all super high level, if they bring in a heavy metal, it will absorb the invasion, whose level is going to be reduced to 3. On the plus side, they hopefully aren't able to attack with anyone else. And they actually discard a heavy metal in order to bring in invasion instead, clearing the board and setting another card face down. It very well could be King's Majesty, letting them negate an attack with that goat. We don't have any advantage generators, so that is unfortunate. Still, we can try to win the game this turn. Trying to think if they summon a heavy metal next turn. We want the mage on the board. So we go 1 and 2, and then it's 2,500 plus 2,000. Okay, yeah, that's enough. Wait, but I think maybe losing life points was not the right play. Still, if it's not King's Majesty, if it is any of their spell cards, this game is over. And we get another win. Graves says there will be no next turn. Straight from the anime. They were on Hell Tuning Invasion, and we won. Time to set up the sheet for the next game. And we have risen into the top 10 at 5,700. Alan says we have lethal. I agree. Number 22. I'm pretty sure we have data on them. Do we not? I don't see it. Oh, wait, there it is. Okay. We were able to win the last time we fought them. But are we going to be able to keep it up? With a hand like this, it is questionable. We are going to play around heavy metal as best we can. And that means summoning these two, setting this, and then do we activate the effect? We need to set up 4 Currybot, which is done, Aquas, which is done, and Duckbill, which is done. Okay. So we don't need to mill. We can simply battle. And they have a face down. It's got to be the Widespread Ruin. I'll swing into this one. And it's a 1400. That is awful. This could very easily be a game ender, giving them a full 8-card hand with an incredibly weak board of our own. What will 22 do? It says we are back. Hopefully, it is still connected, even if we lose this game due to the disconnection. Of course, it is an error. Oh, I didn't realize we were able to check their deck. Okay. Unfortunately, that kind of loss does hurt. Shadow Mew is correct. They do not have the out. But we were probably losing that game anyway. So I suppose it is fine. Alright, we are up first. And we are going to set our cards. Let's keep 1 card in hand for a potential Harpy opponent. Or, sorry, a potential, yeah, that's what I meant. Wait, now I'm just, talking. Okay. Hysteric Force is confirmed. That is quite a powerful board they have established. I look away for 1 second to see what was going on in the event mod chat, and my board is looking quite bad. Do I even try to draw another card? Or do I just set and pass? No, Hysteric Force is able to flip my monsters, so I need to try to draw into a boss. We go here, and we draw into the 3rd Hammer Crush. Which means it is time to set a bunch of monsters. And promptly die. Fortunately, we are going to be emptying our board, or our hand. And we'll try again next turn. Okay, Hysteric Force coming in, boosting again, and flipping, but they at least aren't able to secure a 3100 Harpy Ladies. However, a pet dragon could be threatening, though I don't think they will be summoning one, given they have already used the skill. Welcome, Demon. Hope you are doing all right. Our connection has been in and out, but it should hopefully be getting fixed now. It looks like it is in the green for me. Cyberdeck Alligator to round out an incredibly threatening board. However, all we need is a single certain blue dragon, and we can turn this around. We draw. And there he is. Would have really preferred to see an advantage generator to go with it. However, this is fine. We will ditch this, pop you, and then, set, set again, and now, it is time to clear out those harpies. Of course, they are going to have a ton of resources to make a counterattack, and we just reveal our face down card is not the one and only all-powerful widespread ruin. Always sucks to see it go. Trick Pigeon going to recur that Harpy Lady, or they just have it already in hand. The effect is now able to cycle the other 2 maximum pieces back into the deck. And that's 100 damage plus 2,500. No, plus potentially more. I'm pretty sure this is very, very close to game. 621 or and 25 would be just enough. Which means they do have it. And there goes our win streak. Had to happen eventually. Next opponent is a rematch. And this time we are up second. We weren't able to win going first, so maybe we'll be able to do it this time. Oh, is the stream still lagging? It says it's all good on my end. I don't know what the difference is this time. Earlier when I was losing connection and everything, it made sense. But not really anymore. Okay, so all they did was set a single monster, and our deck is being so rude to us that we still can't out it. Unless we get a good mill with this. And we just do not. We can't special summon anything. I mean, there's a chance it's a Faith Bird, so I suppose we'll try to swing in and see what happens. Oh, it's actually a Trick Pigeon, and we deal 1,000. I guess things could be worse, but we are kind of vulnerable to a counterattack. Welcome, Renegade. It's not a point battle thing, but it is this event. We're doing some data collection, and it's easier if people can refer to each other through numbers. But welcome to the stream. Okay, Harpy Lady. Again, no bosses. But I mean, I think I need to clear this board. So what do I do? I mean, it would be very funny to summon this in attack mode, but I'm not going to do that. We don't have any way to mill. So let's just bring it down to 0. And then try to swing in. If they have the shield and sword trap, it's a little bit problematic. But we do get in just fine. For a little bit of damage. Right, they summon their own Essel, but they kept 3 cards in hand last turn. So they can't possibly be in that good of a spot. Talismanic, sending all of the low-level monsters back into the deck. And they are, of course, going to clear Light Sorcerer of Sanctity. Hysteric Force activating, and presumably a spell or trap card is going to be getting set. I think they must have bricked on all of their spells and traps. And there it is. Okay. But now the issue is a Widespread of Ruin is kind of a big deal. Unless we draw exactly 2 high-level monsters. That is 1. But not necessarily enough. We don't have any way to mill. Oh, we do have a way to mill. Let's see if we can trigger this Duckbill. And we whiff and lose the Widespread of Ruin in the process. We will be going 1 and 2. Activate the effect. And hopefully the card they set is just like a Counter Pigeons. Still, I don't feel comfortable summoning this in attack mode. So this card is getting set and we are battling. No Widespread of Ruin. We somehow manage to win, I say, after my opponent bricks for 17 consecutive turns. But we do take those. Bum, bum, bum. And hopefully we are able to find a new opponent. Is there a reason I didn't set Kana? I've already forgotten the board state of the previous game. What did I have on board instead? Right, number 5. And we are second. Okay. Our move, we find an Essel. But are we going to find anything to do with it? No, not at all. I suppose this is our best play. We keep a card in hand for Thunder players. And let's swing in. They are indeed a Thunder player. Clearing Duckbill, always nice. I set the Duckbill. Maybe I was worried about, like a stop defense or something. It does have marginally more attack. And theoretically, I think my life points were low enough where I was kind of losing if they had widespread anyway. But I don't remember the situation. It's totally possible the Kana was just correct. Stormbolt, and they do have a target. I could have theoretically kept an extra card in hand, but it wouldn't have mattered, as this is worth 2. Well, actually, it would have mattered. Blast draws. I could have special summoned something like this Sensor Duckbill, but I wanted to draw an extra card next turn. So, I don't know. We are definitely taking a ton of damage here. I guess it does look like I am baiting them. Do I widespread? I think so. Keeping a monster on my board seems important. It does rely on me drawing into a boss monster. But if I don't draw one, I was probably in a pretty bad spot anyway. Yeah, there we go. Kind of as expected. Unfortunately, Currybot is not going to be doing anything. And we don't have the Duckbill anymore. Do I Essel? I don't think so. Well, actually, maybe I do. But do I Shield and Sword and then clear? Almost definitely. Shield and Sword. You. And I would like to mill a Thunder Boss. So I'll go ahead and activate this. And we actually get one into the grave. Battle. 1400 has to clear this. And then 1000 to here. So I guess if I didn't mill, these 2 cards would have been fantastic to draw next turn. So maybe the milling was incorrect. I don't know. Here comes a Stormbolt Destroyer to revive the Blizzard. Am I going to get hit by the double boss board? Or are they going to go for a simple clear? Okay. They are going to deal quite a bit of damage. We draw Dragius, which is always nice to see. How will we capitalize? Another Dragius. Well, I don't mind if I do. I don't actually think this is game, but we are going to take what we can get. Let's go ahead, weaken this. Actually, maybe it is. 2 Dragius is a lot of damage. Drawing 1 extra card can totally turn things around. Battle, swing. Swing. And things are looking good. 2 Dragius is 10,000 raw damage, subtracting the monster's attacks. We will mark this one as a win. They were on Lightning Trigger. Okay. Let's go ahead and queue up for our next game. Ninth place. Slowly climbing. And that is not great. I believe Renegade has told me, click reboot. Close, and let's try this again. Hopefully it doesn't mean the stream is going to disconnect again. And now it's time to click through all of the daily things. I'm pretty sure I've already read these, so we can close this. And that's going to tell me about Luke, so I will ignore them and return to the duel room. And they immediately find an opponent. Oh, it's actually a rematch. We both waited a little bit too long, and it found us again. We are up second. And they are almost certainly on lightning. Unless they change the decks in between the two games. They have a board I would love to drag Gias right now. But instead, we are going to set 5 and pass. Drawing the extra card risks us finding a low level. However, against lightning, this is actually a pretty terrible play, as the piercing damage is going to be coming in very strong. And immediately the Trigger Drago appears. And a Piercing Samurai. Just wait for them to flip over another one. Okay. And we actually don't really have anything here. Fortunately, they misplay. The Surge Bolt could have gone into the 1400 and led to some more piercing damage. Our move. Okay. I mean, can that get us anywhere? The Essel. I don't really think so. We do want to not run into any big trap cards, so let's start with this. Hammer Crush, and we ditch Currybot, as we know it's not going to do anything. Then I'm pretty sure Mage is our next best bet. It has super low attack, and we want to use the effect. We lose a Hammer Crush, but that is okay. Then how am I dealing with these monsters? Am I using the Shield and Sword here? I think so, as it lets my remaining 2 low-level monsters clear their 2 low-level monsters. Okay, perfect. We activate our spell card, and then we Tribute Summon. And then we go Light Sorcerer of Sanctity plus Essel. We probably flip to destroy the high-level monster, even though we did debuff it earlier. It is the one with the most attack. And we actually land a Barrel Dragon for the first time in my life. Do we pay the 300? I am a little bit worried about a 2800 damage swing here, plus a lightning trigger for another 2000-ish here. So I am not going to, unless it's lethal. 26, 36, no. Okay. Battle, swing. $1,200 and pass. And now we see what they do. Looks like they do have a play. Duckbill is going to get back the powerful Trigger Drago, representing 2800 damage on its own. Then, if they have a Stormbolt Destroyer, that is 1400 plus 400 is 1800. 3800 plus 800. That might be exact lethal. Oh, and they are pulling out the calculator right now. I suppose I could have kept a card in hand. As they get in for game. Alright, enjoy your stream, Shadow Mew. Alright, and who are we matching next? Hopefully it's not number 5 again. Perfect. Number 4. Do I have any data on them? We do. A long time ago. Interesting. We are up first. I guess just plenty of solid cards we could draw here. We will be keeping, of course, Seahorse Carrier around. Pass it over. And what does my opponent have today? Have they changed their deck? Or not? Jaggerite, nothing out of the ordinary. At least not yet. Interesting. 2 back row. But that means they're not even clearing my entire board. So if we draw another boss monster, we could get in for a huge push. Okay. We could try to mill for the 1400. Since we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 low levels. Let's do some milling. See what we get. Dragius Engrave. Currybot. And Tribute Summon. We can destroy a monster 50% of the time. We whiff. There's a pretty good chance with 2 sets, there's something that can stop us. At least a little bit. So I'm gonna go with setting the Kana. Instead of being fully aggressive. We mill 1 and lose our own widespread. Always kind of yikes. Fortunately, it looks like they don't actually have anything unless it's a recital. We get in for a good amount of damage and pass turn. A lone Ancient Arise Dragon is going to be able to pop the Trigger Drago and run over our barrel though. Welcome, CO2 Brothers. How are you doing this day? Phoenix Dragon to revive, probably the Phoenix Blaze Dragon, if anything. But also entirely possible they just bring in Ancient Arise and clear my entire board that way. All they need is another low-level monster. Essel, fortunately, not strong enough, but a Burning Blaze Dragon most certainly is. Alligator much better than Barrel Dragon, only 100 less attack and you never have to gamble. True. And you get to save a card. Okay. Rubbing in the pressure with a Seal Array. I may have actually chosen to keep that, in case I draw spell trap removal and they can force a 50-50. When Mirror Force. Hopefully never. Not particularly interested in seeing it show up. We will take 18 and lose our other monster. I mean, I guess if we draw specifically a blue dragon. This isn't too bad. However, a board like this, maybe they don't have any piercing or battle position changing cards. Wait, did I have a Trigger Drago? That is probably a pretty big misplay on my end. I could have gotten in, cleared their big boss. But I mean, on the other hand, I did have 3 spell and trap cards. So maybe waiting an extra turn for a fresh hand is actually not that bad. Especially if they don't drop down a huge double pierce, which would be pretty ridiculous. Right, they are getting rid of my Currybot and my Kana, shutting off both of my potential advantage engines. But little do they know, I have more Currybots already available. They set a new card. And clear my board. We draw into the Currybot again. Pretty crazy. But now I actually have to figure out how I want to manage this. I mean, I think we are going in for game. So let's start with Shield and Sword. Get those monsters weakened. Activate Currybot. And the question is, do I try to destroy a card? Or do I just kind of walk over them? I guess it's reasonable to destroy one of them. Let's Hammer Crush. Discard the extra Currybot here. Destroy this. And that's what I thought. Okay. Next is Grace Princess Kana. And then it's Dragius. Mill 1. Summon. And then this is 1400 plus 1800. So that is 3200. This should be game. As long as this isn't a random recital, which I'm pretty sure we were already confirmed from a previous turn. It was a spell. Welcome, Justin. Alright, we managed to clock in a win against number 4, getting revenge for earlier. And we have fallen to 11th, but we aren't too far away from the top 10 again. Number 21. Do I know anything about them? We do. Okay. We are up first. Not great, given that they are a Roa. I could draw another card, but I mean, Invasion already blows up the entire field. So why bother? Let's just set and pass it over. Go Cyclone, 50-50, and they hit the Hammer Crush. Whether that is going to be a good or bad thing remains to be seen. They actually find both of their boss monsters with Essel. Incredible. And then, of course, my monsters are flipping up. And here comes a second heavy metal. However, that set card is the one thing standing between us and a potential victory. And also our draws return. Interesting. I'm going to activate Hammer Crush Deal. Setting this card face down and drawing a new one. We don't have any curry bots in the graveyard. But we do have this, shield and a sword. Then Hammer Crush. Let's go ahead and send Currybot away. Destroy this face down. Grab Seahorse Carrier. It was a widespread ruin. That Hammer Crush was absolutely necessary to win this game. We can summon Mage. And then Tribute 1 and 2. Mill a card. That is 5,000 direct damage. And with the second Seahorse Carrier, we are through. Apparently someone is even spectating the match. We managed to pick up a win. So let's go ahead and queue for another one. We rise into 10th place. How much time is left? Another hour, 15 minutes. Okay. And we are going up against number 44. Who we have seen before. It has been a while, though. We are first. Okay. I mean, we probably want to set this. And then I'll get rid of these. Well, the Essel does give us a chance to find a Aqua Monster next turn. But this lets us clear an opposing boss monster. Both seem pretty good. Let's see what my opponent brings out. Femtron. Looks like they are on an actual cyber strategy. Ragnarok it is. But this means they are going to end with just one boss monster. And if we draw into any of ours, the Sanctity will be useful. But we get, nothing. So, we are going to be setting and passing. I will keep Mage. And then we have a Curry Bot, so I also want to keep that around. Which means I might actually get rid of this, as we don't have any Aquas. And we do want to have some way in our hand, in case we draw Blue Dragon, to clear this thing. We set 3 and pass it over. Oh, we also know they are on Maximum Ragnarok. Okay, let me write that down. Alright, they are using the skill right away. Could potentially bring in a full 3 boss monster board. Very useful skill. Can anyone join the room? No, this is, well, 2 reasons. First, in a point battle match, once the event has started, nobody is able to enter. And then second, this was an invite-only event, where you had to be in KC Cup top 100 or Rush Festival top 1000. Right, so we do see an Attitude Hydron and a ton of back row. Kind of rough. The Hydron, of course, is the primary boss monster to be concerned about. We will set this, so we are set up for any future Seahorse Carrier. And then I guess this is going down as well. Let's see what 44 does next. We don't have a whole ton of options. but we can sit here and stall for a while. Max and Ragnarok, going to bring in the third boss monster. Very well. Returning a card to the bottom of the deck makes sense. Alright, we finally get some bosses. So I suppose we shall play the game, even though we are going to walk right into some very obvious trap cards. Seven Sword Mage comes in. Mills, and we will be debuffing the Hydron to make sure it goes down. Then we even have a Trigger Drago available. But I think the ones we currently have in hand are the better options. Though I guess Dragius actually doesn't solve anything. Hold on. Dragius is against a full field of 2500s, which means it doesn't work. We have to bring in Trigger Drago instead. Very funny. Let's go ahead, bring it in. And do our best. We go here and here. Barrel Dragon's effect will attempt to take out the other Hydron. And we whiff, as expected. Then Trigger Drago activates its effect, and we are ready to battle. Swing in over this. Somehow, they don't activate anything. We lose Shield and Sword, which would be an incredible card in the matchup. Also worth noting, Barrel Dragon is possibly... Oh, also, actually, I don't think we've seen a single piece of Yggdrago. Oh, okay. I was about to say, we haven't seen Yggdrago at all. But they do indeed have some lying around. Bespectacle Man is going to be able to clear out this. Unfortunate. However, their board is a little bit weaker now. So maybe we can actually get in there with some blue dragons. We will definitely use the skill and see what we draw. I mean, things could be worse. However, we are also very rapidly approaching deck out. Especially with all of these powerful monsters requiring us to mill cards to use the effect. Trigger Drago, boost up, and let's clear this. Pass it over. Losing the shield and sword, very sad. Also, we should be dead this turn. a field of 3 powerful boss monsters is more than enough to finish me off. I'll go ahead and mark that one as a loss. Haven't run into a deck situation all this format, probably because of Seal Array. Yep, Seal Array definitely helps with it. But also, I think in this situation, it's largely because I did not find any of my boss monsters. We spent 2 or 3 turns just setting and passing. Which will drain us through the deck. And I'm running a ton of cards that send stuff to the graveyard. Thank you, Justin. Alright, and we are against a Roa. I completely missed, their player number. Fortunately, it is set. We are second. And they are number 34. Do we know what they're running? I mean, we can probably make a pretty educated guess. Oh, I've definitely seen them somewhere. I recognize these sleeves. I guess I start with Essel. See if we can find a Dragius super high roll top deck. Or I could no. Yeah, I should draw a card first, because now I get to see 3 cards while digging. Actually, I guess it's the same either way, huh? That said, I didn't really want that in the graveyard anyway. And we hit a Trigger Drago. Solid start. Definitely need to set up this Curry Bot. Actually, I should have milled first with this to see if it was another Curry Bot. And we are punished by not keeping the Curry Bot in hand until after we use the Trigger Drago. I now no longer have an advantage generating card available to me. Barrel Dragon will try to destroy this one. We whiff. Big surprise. And let's remove that face down card. Seal Array. We'll go here. And we find a 1400. My opponent is on Harpy. Where's the trap hole for the Essel? True. Still, it feels... Oh, well, I guess my hand was empty. So, the Curry Bot misplay is kind of justified. Since I probably would want to make sure I don't get hit by a widespread of ruin in that kind of situation. So how does Harpies clear this board? A Harpy Lady's L, or middle I mean, does boost itself up, but they're going to need another one. And they've also got a Thunder Engine in here, it seems. Fortunately, they actually cannot clear the Barrel Dragon unless they trade. Which is a great start for us. What is very much not so great is the high number of Hammer Crushes we have just drawn into. Let's set summon, activate the effect, weaken this. Do we try to destroy a card? We don't have any way to know which one is the culprit. So I'm kind of inclined to just set them both and make it harder for them to destroy our cards in the future. Keeping the Dragius around, also pretty good. Alright, and hopefully we don't get too punished. They do have it. But it was a risk either way. We clear out a monster, and it's their move. And they are on Harpy. So their odds of actually being able to use a spell trap removal here is kind of low. Our odds of taking incredible damage are kind of high, though. Okay, I don't mind seeing a dragon. I was kind of hoping they would have to invest into a Harpy Lady Sisters as well. But, we are not that lucky. Still, this is way less threatening than it otherwise would be, thanks to the Widespread Ruin. We take some damage. And I guess we just want to see, like, advantage generators. We find none of them. I guess a lot of curry bots and a seahorse carrier were already in the grave. But with a situation like this, it's duckbill time, mage. Definitely need to bring one of these in. Let's mill a card. And again, I think I am just good to leave this other Dragius in my hand. There shouldn't be any real trap card threats left in the deck. Oh, I misplayed though because of a recital. I should have swung into this one, so if they had a recital, I would have been able to clear the Harpy Lady. We're at 3,600. I think it should be difficult for them to clear all of my life points. However, I am thinking about it and Demonic Seal Arrays. So perhaps getting rid of would have been the right move. They definitely have plenty of cards in the graveyard. And they have already revealed they are on Seal Array 2. A big enough pet dragon here could be rough. Or even just multiple. Oh, yeah, something like that can do it too. If these Hammer Crushes were just some more monsters, we might have been able to win the game. Harpy Lady Sisters, definitely a threat. They get 2 more monsters in. That seems very lethal to me. Maybe I shouldn't have been so conservative with these Hammer Crushes. Discarding a card just feels so bad. But it is what it is. That'll be game. But that's okay. We can try it again. There's just about an hour left. Oh, but here come the stream and connection issues. And we fell under the 5,000 point threshold. Unfortunate. Because I should put in my info. Right up against now. Number 13. And we are going, first. Okay. Interesting opening hand. And by that I mean, looking pretty bad. I could go for a third monster that I can set face down. So we will use the Hammer Crush deal a turn early. Hopefully we don't draw a high-level monster. Perfect. Pass it over. We have a card in hand for the potential of Thunder. But it could be a Harpy player. Essel makes sense. And reveals Thunder. I'll go ahead and mark them as Lightning Trigger. Samurai. Unfortunately, we don't really have anything good here. Not a whole ton of solid options for us. And they don't even have any face down cards, so these Hammer Crushes are completely dead. We take some damage, but it could be a lot worse, realistically. We drop a turn. Seahorse Carrier is live. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Grabbing the 1400 is always the best thing we can do. I think our hand is quite powerful. So disconnecting here, hugely unfortunate. Dragius clears, and then 2 Kanons is a ton of damage. Come on, internet. Keep it together. Grab you. Essel, but I'm not going to mill anything, as I'm pretty sure we already have a Currybot and a Vanilla Aqua set up. The only other card worth setting up is Duckbill. Of course, we do mill 1 for Dragius, and there goes another Hammer Crush. Summon out our monsters. I know having an empty hand is bad, but I think if they had spell trap removal, they would have already played it. We need Dragius to swing into this one. And then we go into this one. I'm pretty sure their hand is just 3 random low-level monsters. So drawing multiple high-level monsters for their combo, plus ways to remove my face-down cards, should be difficult. Let's see what they go for. Bolt Lizard, pretty standard opening. Vorse Raider, and they are swinging in. I mean, this is already game. I don't think we need to activate anything, because Dragius swings in for 1,000 and then another 1,000. And yeah, they go ahead and concede. So we will mark this one as a win. I'm pretty sure we were at 4,900 or so, and we actually gain a ton of points. Let's go ahead and queue. Number 23. And we are second. 23. I am not seeing them. But, I mean, presumably it's Hell Tuning Invasion. That is a powerful starting hand. We have a Dragius. But with no Essel or Hammers, there's a really good chance of one of the 3 back row being a useful card. Let's go and just start swinging in. And of course they have it. Why wouldn't we expect that? And we even run into a 1400. So they have gone first and completely blown us out. They get a full 9 cards to deal with a lone 1400 monster. Coming back from this is going to be exceptionally difficult. If we don't just outright die. 2 boss monsters, including a heavy metal, is game. They are spending more time thinking than I would expect. Here comes the heavy metal. Oh, they don't even need to use their skill. Or at least they are choosing not to, as they want to attack with their other monsters. This is fair. Of course, we are going to use our Hammer Crush deal here. Throw a card face down. Summon out Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab back a monster. And then what? This needs to come out, and we need to put out at least one Dragius. But we actually don't have a way to clear the heavy metal. So that is unfortunate. Let's throw you down. And then I could set this, but it'll get flipped up. And it doesn't really matter in the face of invasion or heavy metal. It would be game either way. So we will Hammer Crush. And ditch the Kanon. Let's hit this one. Go Cyclone. Probably not the card we wanted to hit. Especially if that other one is something like a Seal Array. But either way, we are swinging in. Go Cyclone was not going to be live. So hitting it does not help. Whereas a Seal Array now is able to weaken us, and they can just summon their normal monsters and win the game without using the skill. We see a Cobalt. And they are searching. But why are they on Fanatic? I mean, it is a King's Majesty target, but there are already two better ones. Shadowbuyer uses the effect to recycle, whatever. And then what? Invasion. And unfortunately, we were unable to clear heavy metal, so that is game. We were at exactly 2,300. And it is time for the rematch. This time, we are second again. But maybe they won't have the Widespread Ruin. Or we will find Essel. Unfortunately, it looks like we are finding absolutely nothing. Right, they ditch an invasion. They may have bricked a little bit themselves. But not anymore. They set 5 cards again. That is ridiculous. I mean, I guess I'll try to clear this and then just at least set up a little bit for later. Alright, so no widespread. Or the toggle is off. Bum, bum, bum. They are thinking. Which means they must not be sure whether or not they are going to activate their skill. And waiting here, it looks like the Twitch break triggered, which is a good time because nothing's happening. Definitely are not missing out on anything interesting. Shadow Buyer is going to be a high enough level. Wait. Never mind. It is level 5 though, which is enough for a heavy metal play. Nice work, 23. Being able to play the game without activating your skill is actually really strong. Fortunately, I think we are in a decent spot here. It shouldn't be too bad. They absorb. And they swing in. Currybot. And then I take no damage. They try to get in, of course, with a 3900 devastating blow, but my 1400 was able to stop them. We can Essel to try to set up a duckbill, I guess. But it seems pretty unlikely. And as expected, nothing happened. And we could go even further with the mage. But at this point, I'm more inclined to just set some cards. And we will pass it over. Monster reincarnation? What are they even going for? I'm pretty sure they already have everything they need. There was an invasion in there. So since I have a face down monster, they are able to flip them up and to set their stuff to level 5. They summon out a Shadow Buyer, and all 3 monsters are now able to attack. Fortunately, we do have the Widespread Ruin, so we aren't dead. We absolutely need to use this, though. As you can see, it would have been an exact lethal push. Barrel Dragon is a card, I guess. Seems like we are in a pretty threatening spot, though. Let's see Horse Carrier. Activate the effect. Grab a 1400. Then Duckbill is not really needed. Summon out Barrel Dragon. Activate the effect. Attempt to destroy Invasion. We actually get it. Then we summon Kanan. And we round it out with a low-level monster. So that way, neither Invasion nor Heavy Metal are able to capitalize and end the game next turn. Kanan swings in. And then it looks like they do have a King's Majesty. Welcome, Alice in Borderland. Sorry, I do not play speed duels. Alright, so we see the Currybot coming in. Another, another Shadow Buyer plus Invasion or Heavy Metal would end the game. The monsters are flipped up. And then, what are they bringing in next? They have the Heavy Metal. However, it is just going to absorb Currybot. Which means it softens the blow for me. And while I am losing the Barrel Dragon, we could win. Some kind of wacky hand with a Shield and Sword and other cards could get me there. Let's start with Hammer Crush Deal. Set this face down. Draw a card. But they didn't actually use their trap card last turn. So I am pretty sure my opponent has a King's Majesty set. Since if it was widespread, they probably would have used it. So I want to destroy the new card. But the issue is, I only have one way to clear this heavy metal. Alright, so we do hit widespread, which was our expectation. But then what? We summon out Light Sorcerer's Sanctity. We can debuff, then we just run into the Majesty and can't clear anyway. I mean, I suppose we will do it. 1, 2. Set, mill. And then we go ahead and we try our best to hit in. But Majesty, of course, is going to be activated, negating our attack. And then next turn, they can Hell Tuning Invasion, flip this up, and it's just under 2,000. So as long as they don't find another boss monster, maybe we can do it. However, they do still have 3 in the deck. The final face down card is almost definitely a Ghost Cyclone. But this is an incredible board they have constructed. And we are going to lose this one as well. I wanted to finish in the top half, if that is possible. So I guess the only way to do that is to keep dueling. 30 players, I want to get 15th or higher. Hopefully it's not the same opponent again. It is. Which means after this one, I will, take a small break so we stop queuing into each other should, I lose. Alrighty. We are going to go ahead and set the cards we can, keeping the curry bot for later. Will it work out for us? Only one way to find out. My opponent has definitely spent an impressive amount of time thinking. And I see there are some more mod questions. A heavy metal clears out our duckbill. But I mean, this board looks beatable, especially if we draw into Hammer Crush and a 2 tribute monster. Let's go ahead and set it. Draw a card. Mage. That's an even further debuff. I will take it. We will go ahead and ditch. What actually do we discard? So if we get rid of the curry bot, then we summon Mage. Tribute, there's 1 space left. Which goes here. So I think Kana is the discard. Oh, it actually doesn't matter. Okay. I was miscalculating the number of cards we had available. We are definitely going all in. Mill one and summon. And now we get in for some big damage. I don't think we've seen Shield and Sword in several games, which is really unfortunate. 2,500. Here's our chance to finally get revenge on 23. However, when I set all of this back row, I become very concerned. But this time, with only 3 cards left, they cannot bring out a 2/2 beat monster and use Hell Tuning Invasion. They need to have a Shadow Buyer if they want to summon a boss this turn. It is worth noting, King's Majesty is online. They set 3 monsters, which means I have a chance to pierce, even if my opponent summons out the one and only Widespread Ruin. Let's just set this one face down. And there goes the one and only Shield and Sword. So my opponent was definitely considering whether or not they wanted to, and we do it. 23 has finally fallen. I'm gonna go get some more water. Oh, Grave says Shield and Sword feels like getting hit with Raigeki. Exactly. That is why it is such a powerful card. We will be back in just one moment. I am going to go get some water. And then we'll try to climb just a little bit higher. And we are back. There's half an hour left. These next few games will be important for determining our final placement. Hopefully we're able to find someone new. I think I'm going to go for a solid 50 games, if we are able to. Number 13. Another player that we faced earlier. We were able to win our previous encounter with 13, but we cannot count them out. It looks like they've possibly changed decks too. They set 4 and no knowledge on the skill. Our hand is presumably good, but Essel can make it a whole lot better. And we find a Barrel Dragon. That is certainly a great card. Let's go ahead and activate the effect immediately. We whiff, which has been the case this entire time. But even if they have Widespread Ruin, we are going to be able to get in for decent damage. Maybe not a whole ton, but we will take what we can get. Oh, and there's the other Dragius. Well, wait, not you. You. Swing in. That one was 0, but I am worried about a card like Doriado. So we'll swing here. Okay. We could have gotten 1,300 extra damage. However, we are almost certainly getting hit by a magical stream this turn. So don't expect... Oh, it is actually even the Cyclone, helping them out this board even more. Maximum Overlord confirmed. Alright, enjoy your day, Alice. Alright, Seven's Magician is coming in. But do they have a way to out both of these monsters? Let's find out. Mystic Dealer, discarding a cat. And that is the kind of card I was afraid of with this Light Sorcerer. Seven's Magician is buffing up. And then they activate Talismanic Seal Array to debuff the Dragius. That is an impressive turn. But the question remains, do they have another... Wait, they actually just debuffed the Barrel Dragon. And that is better, as it means the Mystic Dealer is cleanly getting in. And my entire board is in shambles. After such a powerful, high-rolling start, are we going to be knocked out of this game? What a turn of events. We want to keep a Curry Bot since we have one in the grave. But all we can do is set and pass. Incredibly frightening. We opened with Dragius and Barrel Dragon on turn 2. And we still might lose this game. Torn of the Windweaver means we are taking an absolute ton. Luckily for us, they flip over the one monster with a decent attack stat. $2,700 is not a huge buff. Thanks to the Talismanic Seal Array that they used earlier, attribute variety is lacking. If we can find a boss monster, we can win. Show me the Dragius. Okay. Is that good enough? 2,200, 2,800. That's only going to be 1,200. However, wait, we do have a mage, so 400 more. Wait, no, but I was calculating it on... Oh, and I have to attack the Valkyria. That is threatening. So, if I think I can survive one more turn, I should do it. To try to get into another boss monster. Maybe. Because I would love to Hammer Crush, set 3, and then find another boss monster on the next turn. But if I'm losing the Seahorse Carrier, well, I could always draw into a Duckbill. Okay. I'm gonna do it. Hammer Crush, send this to the grave. Destroy this. And then we set 3 cards. In order to not risk, losing to a Torna, we have to end here. I was afraid of putting in the Trigger Drago by itself. Because a Magnum Overload would come in and end me. Okay. Once again, we get our highest attack monster flipped up. But it is all going to come down to these next few turns. How many boss monsters have I seen? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have a few left, plus Duckbills. Oh, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Magnum Overlord coming in is already just game anyway. Unfortunately, we weren't able to find the second boss monster that would have finished it out for us. We would have only had 1,200 damage. And 13 takes a win. Lowering our placement even more. And it's 21. Another Roa. We've been seeing them this whole time. We are second. Okay. Hand not great for going second. But with a weak opening hand on their end, can we take advantage? Not really. There's a pretty high chance they are going to have a 1400 face down. But we'll see what we can do. Alright, and we pass it over. Bum, bum, bum. All of our monsters have been flipped up, and Invasion is here to destroy them. Our move, let's see what we get. 2 curry bots. That does work, with us having another curry bot in the graveyard. Curry bot to hand. Then summon curry bot. Summon multi-strike Dragon Dragius. And then summon Seahorse Carrier. Seahorse Carrier effect. Add back Diva. Summon Currybot. Tribute 2. And then we choose whether or not we are going to use our Hammer Crush or not. We're pretty sure this card over here is a bluff. But the new one could be the dreaded, So let's see. If that's a 0 defense, 200, 2500, 28, that's 3. I think we do Hammer Crush. Oh, it was only a reincarnation. So to avoid a King's Majesty, we swing here. Then we swing here. And they are left with 1500. The Kanan would have only been 1400, and it would have also given the opponent lethal via heavy metal. So I believe this was the right move. It's just unfortunate we didn't actually hit a trap card, because it means they now have a chance to do it again. And we are not drawing another one. Okay, so we have access to a second Dragius, which means we could get up to 5 attacks. However, the odds of the Widespread Ruin continue to climb. If only there was a way to keep this on the field. I mean, I think we are summoning Essel. Throwing this down and milling. And now we see if they do the Widespread Ruin. And it looks like they very well may have done exactly that. Here comes Widespread. Destroying this one. We swing into 2 monsters. And then we have to pass. Because Ghost Cyclone is a disaster for us. And we know this is some kind of spell. How is our graveyard? No sign of Shield and Sword, which is okay. We expect them to be making a play here, but we've done our best to insulate against it. Even a heavy metal plus invasion does not clear. Well, it clears, but it doesn't kill. Discarding an invasion. They must have plenty of high-level monsters in hand. Here comes a heavy metal. And then what else are they grabbing? Setting a monster and a second one. Let's widespread ruin. Activate skill. Set this and draw a new card. Barrel Dragon could do something nice. Let's see it. I think we actually tribute these two, so heavy metal doesn't do as much. Okay. We go here, summon you, and we would love to hit with the Barrel Dragon. If this lands, I'm pretty sure we win. And it lands. But it's a babysitter goat. What if they're able to now King's Majesty us? And they don't have it. It's a spell card. We get in and finish the game. This was a Hell Tuning Invasion, and we win. Wait, I might have accidentally put in the previous match result incorrectly. Okay, so that one has been fixed. We've got 15 minutes. Can we climb 2 more spots? An immediate match. This means it's more likely than not going to be a rematch. Number 24. It's actually not. But it is a Roa, so it might as well be. Have we really not faced them this entire time? We did very early on, but they have switched deck. We are up first, which means they could Essel us. And obviously that is something we would like to avoid. Throw this in, throw this in, throw this down, and what's the other card we should set? I guess this one. Let's go ahead and pass it over. Welcome, Penguin. Alright, and my opponent is on Hammer Crush. But they are actually using the effect, which I am okay with, unless it sets up the Seahorse. Incredibly rude. Do not expect this board to be sticking around for long. Prima Gatarna. A bit of an old school choice. And they've even paired it with the Thunders. We are somehow keeping monsters around. Interesting. That is game. We activate Shield and Sword, and then we just summon our monsters. Dragias is 5,000, and then another monster is more than enough. 1 and 2, summon, effect. Battle phase, swing in, and exact lethal. Thank you for the match, 24. Let's go ahead and queue again. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I have been DM'd. up against number 36. And we are second. Okay. But what are they running? This must be a Red Eyes variant. We know it's Royal Rebels, but they are on an archive skill. And we see the Black Dragon's chick. We love to see it. What I'd even love to see more is my own Essel. To steal their big monsters. Let's go ahead and Hammer Crush. Draw a card. Currybot, not going to do it. We could activate the Hammer Crush, but 5 out of 6 times, they will not have gotten the card. We whiff another Barrel Dragon, and I want to fill out my field. That way we can get rid of these really annoying monsters. I don't see a need to really deal the extra 300. So we can battle. And let's see if they have the widespread. They do have it. Simply outplayed. Oh, and they have another card. Is this the first person to be running Barrier? For some reason, I doubt it. It's probably the King's Majesty. We'll see if they use it here. They do not. But that means I am destroying it next turn. Without a shadow of a doubt. This player is on Red Eyes Rebel. Alright, we see them milling another heavy metal into the graveyard. Definitely an odd set of plays from 36. But maybe they bricked, and this is how they are undoing it. The chick is going to grab the Black Dragon. And they already know our face down card because we use the skill. They have the Genie's Fire Breath. That is rough. Our board is definitely being cleared. All they need is any mid-level monster. But they even have a Growl. So we have a Hammer Crush, but we've already used our skill. So it is probably going to be way too much of an investment to actually use it to get rid of the King's Majesty. Or whatever mystery card it might be. We have our own Essel here. But just like I was saying, we see this. It's not like we can choose not to bring out our boss monster. And we are absolutely never going to be getting rid of the Widespread Ruin either. So we just do this. Set a card. Set a card. And I think we have to run over the Growl to make their third heavy metal just that little bit harder. Alright, and we pass. Currently, no monster on the board is able to clear the Trigger Drago. But we know they probably have a third heavy metal in the deck. And maybe even more Growls. But the question is, would they tribute over Red Eyes Black Dragon? And then they could actually use their skill. Oh, Fire Breath again. They return the Hammer Crush one more time. They are digging deep. Growl comes in. And then if they have the chick, the final one. Oh, and then a Hammer Crush. Devastating. Especially with a Shadow Buyer. That's 22. We are left on 100 life. In order to win this, we need something crazy. It needs to be Dragius, Advantage Generator, and then another low level, and things we can discard for the Hammer Crush. But we don't get the Sword and Shield. Which means we are looking to be in a rough spot. Let's carrier. Grab you. I know for a fact I want to clear the King's Majesty. So we are going to discard this and summon, and then beat over that. Then Kanan. And then Dragius. Activate the effect. And this is how much damage? Not anywhere near 4,000. The issue is we lose to any boss monster. And we know they have another one. We can't put this in attack because then we lose to a 1,500 attack point monster as well. But I think we have no choice but to set it. And then go into battle and clear out the cards that would let Invasion use the effect. Somehow, they need to draw 6 cards and not find the 3rd Invasion or the 3rd Red Eyes Black Chick. Or, I'm sorry, the 3rd Heavy Metal. So, this is definitely a lost cause. Shadowbuyer to grave. And only 3 cards left in their deck. Here comes Rocker. Rocker is a game over. Rocker into Growl exactly as I suspected. So I will mark my match against 36 as a loss. And we have time for exactly one more game. And it is going to be the one that determines whether we are in the top or bottom half of this event. And we are fighting number 16. My opponent wins the die roll, but we have a pretty strong hand. They summon a Search Bolt Lizard, confirming they are almost certainly on Lightning Trigger. Let's activate our skill. Set a card. Draw 1. We can Hammer Crush here. And we are ditching the other Hammer Crush. We summon a Sorcerer, and I would like to get in 4 extra damage, so I will use the effect. Normal summon Currybot, and then tribute for Dragius. This is going to let us get 1 extra card in the graveyard, 4 Essel to choose from. Activate Dragius. We mill a 1,400, but can we get something better? And we mill a 2nd Dragius. That is the kind of stuff we are talking about. Mill, and we lose Widespread Ruin. But that is okay. Is that monster going to be one with a defense stat? If not, this is game. I think it's worth it. A full 1,000 defense. We lose a 50-50. But let's see how they respond. They do have a Surge Bolt ready for the Stormbolt Destroyer. They have their own Essel. Potentially to mill for a Duckbill. But they don't. Stormbolt Destroyer uses the effect. Is a Trigger Drago coming in? Oh, it's another Stormbolt. Which means their hand is at least a little bit awkward. If they aren't able to clear both of these Dragius, we should be in a very strong spot. And this music feels like it has some sense of finality to it. I normally am just listening to the background music, very passively, but this feels nice. Let's bring in the mage. And 16 concedes. They were on lightning trigger. And we mark match 52 as a win. There is potentially time for one more, but we are in 12th. Do we go for it? I mean, we might as well. If we win our very, very last game, which I wasn't expecting there to be time for, we might just break into the top 10. Welcome, Tomato. You are catching us 1 minute before the point battle closes. This is absolutely our last chance to find an opponent. We are in 12th. One more win could get us to top 10. But even at 12th place, I would be happy enough. That is the top half of the event. I believe there were 31 players. But as the search continues, the odds of making it in time are lower. As if there's nobody in the queue, I think we aren't going to find anyone. It has passed the hour mark. But maybe, just maybe, there is a game currently going on that will lower someone's point total and sneak me in anyway. We will keep it going until I hear an official announcement. Anyway, Tomato, how are you? Just recently woke up. I see. I guess I should send a message in the question chat. It's been a few minutes, so I think it must be done. Let's go ahead and queue out and see how we did. 12th place, looks like there wasn't anyone else. Oh, duel ended after results are in will not be counted. So that is how it works. I didn't know. 12th place, I will take it. Whose point battle is this? This is by Rahuta. They are a Japanese player. They do a little bit of streaming and videos, but most importantly, this was meant to be a sample for them to gather data for the upcoming stage 2. It's not like a weekly event or anything, but a collection. It was an invite-only thing where you had to be in top 100 or top 1,000 of the previous KC Cup or Rush Festival. So it was meant to be kind of like a way for everybody to test out for stage 2 and see what does well. Alright, they told me to wait. I think there's some after the room submission type of thing I need to do. So I will just wait for a minute and see what they have going on. Hold on. So I got 52 matches in 4 hours. That's actually pretty good to know. A clean 13 games per hour. I wonder if I could play something a little bit faster. If I could just get that up to like 15 games, we'd be able to get in 8 more in just a 4-hour block. And having that many more games means a better chance at ranking highly. Can I see my game record? We have been manually recording all of it. And I think Rahuta is putting together a report for us. So every game we wrote down our player number, deck, skill limit 3 card, whether we went first or second, etc. I think they're gonna distribute it within the server, and then I don't know. I feel like they had some other plan for uploading it, but they told us not to like, even though we were allowed to stream it, they didn't want us to spend a ton of time talking about our deck choices and whatnot. So I'm just suspecting that. I mean, anyone who really wants to find out how all of the matches went could theoretically just go rewatch the stream. But that does seem like a lot of effort. So I guess we are done here. So, I mean, I guess if this part is done, I can safely leave the room. And then I should change my deck out. Roa and You know, I haven't actually had the chance to play Noodles at all yet. So maybe we do a quick game in King... Well, not King of the Games. Nobody's going to be playing there. We'll go over to Rush Power Max. Oh, I also have not updated this deck at all. Which means it is time for new cards. We're bringing in Shield and Sword. We are taking out the Aquas and putting in Beasts. So we aren't dealing with Hammer Crushes anymore. Or maybe we just disrespect Spell and Trap cards entirely. Aquas. 1, 2. Oh, well, we're on Hammer Crush deal. Okay. If that is the case, then I shall allow the Hammer Crushes. And I think we need some talismans for even more aggressive pushes. Where is it? I always lose this card. But okay. Let's go ahead and try out some noodles. And then let me go see. It looks like my next event is supposed to, or has an issue in the registration. Oh, also, okay. Let me handle this first. We draw for turn. Throw down a bunch of cards, and we will pass. Assuming we are able to even play the game. Set, and set. And we do it again. All 5 of our cards are gone. Registration. Let me make sure my tournament is set up properly. Start date there. Events. View. Does it tell me when registration is open? One event with open registration. Registration. Settings. Registration end date. How about registration start date? Start GG is such a frustrating site to set things up with. You have to like make a tournament page and then an event page. When for most people, I assume those would be the same thing. Anyway, Shield and Sword. I whiffed on 400 damage, but that is fine. I am quite distracted. Play around a recital and get in for the 1300. Alright, good night, Justin. And Demon B. What was 4444 playing? Sorry for the lack of commentary. I'm trying to figure out how to set up my tournament properly. It says, according to me, that it is ready. And registration settings only has an end date. Oh, wait, end date. It needs to be on the 12th. Okay. And then 1:45. Okay. And hopefully that is correct. Anyway, I see we are in battle. So I'll go ahead and blow one of them up. No reason not to. As long as we find a high-level monster, we should be fine here. And we do. So let's summon the Seahorse Carrier. Oh, actually, we don't even need to do anything. This is super game. Just being in Dragius and Noodles get a win. 100% win rate. Clearly the best deck for playing in the festival. Cannot be contested. And let's queue again until we lose. We are probably going to be ending stream soon. However, let me go see if anyone else is playing Rush. Maybe there's a good raid. Oh, well, unfortunately not. Currently on Duel Links. Okay. Not anyone I recognize, at the very least. So, we'll probably play until we lose, and then call it a day. Reset runner, coming in. Alright, they have a full board, but, that is a terribly weak turn 1. I mean, maybe it's good enough to beat me, but... a lot of the time, it's probably not even right to summon the Noodle Ninja here, since you aren't getting a ton of value out of it. But I am going to swing into the 1500s, since this guy can't clear even after a Ragnarok boost. So they need to find more monsters to do so. Let's see what Yuya has in store. Reset runner, setting another card to the graveyard. Setting up bigger at-to-shoot Hydrons. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so they do clear the board, but not very well. As long as they don't set a widespread ruin, we can win this one as well. Oh, but they have a trap card. And that is probably going to end the game. All we have is a Talismanic Seal Array, and we are wide open. Which means our stream is probably quickly coming to an end. Alright, looks like they only need deck lists from the top 10 players. Which means I should be done with the event as well. 12th place, super close, I think. Okay, on board they have 2,400, and if they summon a 2,500, that would be just enough to lethal. But if they summon a 23, I live with 200 life, and that means there is still a chance that I draw Seahorse Carrier and perform some kind of crazy lethal combo. While I would love to summon Dragius and end this game, unfortunately, we find only a single low-level monster. And that is devastating. We are one low level away from turning the game around. As long as they don't completely whiff on the next turn, they have got this. I am a maximum summon. Thank you all for tuning in. I will let this one play out, and then it will be it for this stream.